minutes. Okay. Let's see what we're doing. Ah, for fuck's sake. Rip. Probably will crash. have it going? Finally got my coffee. That took forever to make.
Hey, Bobby. Come here. Come on.
Hopefully this is enough sugar to keep it up with all the corn. I need twice as much at least to keep up with all the corn, so keep this base powered off corn. But I don't know, I need a shit ton more power, so I don't know what I should be using. I should just go straight to reactor. Oh, this lags so much. Make this maximum junk size. Okay, so the wall, put a thing in. I'm glad I did that. Okay, there we go. Stacking speeds. Cool. Probably don't have any left now. Okay. Okay. We need so many more binders. Nice. Okay, I think I need a bit of source of string to bulk. Yep, I'm out of string now. that's better. Doesn't look as nice, but still better than it was. This sucks. I don't want to have to do it this way. Oh, sweet. Already got the right one. How much gold do I not have? Ah, that's a fair amount. Oh, holy shit, that's a lot of sticks. I just crashed the server. Ooh. Fucking hell. That diff fire crashed.
Sergey Pavlovich in the first minutes. Massive victory, earning him heavyweight gold. Jessica Andrade put away Mackenzie Dern in the second round via TKO. Benoit Saint-Denis got a KO in the first 91 seconds. A massive head kick on Matt Frivola. And Diego Lopez kicked off the main card by earning him a stop over Pat Sabatini. The prelims were excellent. I would highly recommend going back and watching them. Some solid finishes and some
Okay. Here we back. Okay, so that's probably what crashed it. It's like hundreds of entities just flying around. That's hilarious. Go. Okay. Okay, totally. What are we doing? Might use better pipes there. Okay. Yeah, what were we doing? Okay. I should actually help with lag if they're keeping less entities on the screen. rabbit seeds. Oh, sick. More spice seeds. The hell do you do rabbit essence?
The U.S. Air Force is charging ahead with plans to retire the old A-10 Warthog attack jet within the next 5 years. But there's only one problem.
Okay.
There's no dedicated close air support platform to replace it with. So now pilots are worried that troops on the ground won't get the air support they need in the next conflict. In the 2023 version of the National Defense Authorization Act, Congress approved the Air Force request to begin divestment of the current A-10 fleet, citing the aircraft as too old, too slow, and too expensive to maintain. Divestment means the opposite of investment for all you average infantrymen. This isn't the first time the United States Air Force has tried to retire the platform, but previous attempts have been delayed after pilots and troops protested the idea. But according to a June 26 memo, the Air Force seems to be getting its way this time with a set timetable to replace the 54 A-10s from Moody Air Force Base with F-35As by 2028. And the A-10 is a much beloved airplane, and pilots say that while it's old, no other U.S. aircraft can come close to matching its close air support capabilities or its surrounding. Can other aircraft out there truly replace it? Or will US troops be left high and dry when the shooting starts? And is the famous 30mm cannon on the nose of the American Armed Forces Mutual Aid Association. Established in 1879, they're the longest-standing nonprofit financial solutions provider supporting military families and veterans. Their membership numbers exceed 85,000. They offer a wide range of support to the military community through insurance and financial planning services that help to set you up for success after leaving the military. These services include VA home loan mortgages, wealth management, and life insurance. And since American Armed Forces Mutual Aid Association has been around for so long, they know the specific challenges and needs that veterans like us face when leaving the military. It's important to be prepared and start planning for the future. Whether it's a supplement to SGLI or low-rate loans to help you through the tough times, AFMA is there to help shore up your family's future. So head over to AFMA.com, that's AAFMAA.com, to learn more about how their community of members share these important benefits for life. The A-10 was a controversial plane even before the first airframe went into production in 1972. Experience in the Vietnam War showed the US couldn't rely on old, propeller-driven A-1 Sky Raiders anymore for dedicated close air support. The late 1960s were firmly in the jet age, and even simple rifle and machine guns were bringing down Sky Raiders over Vietnam. In a debate that's kind of much like today's, some theorists in the Air Force question the need for a dedicated close air support platform at all when fighter bombers like the F-4 Phantom II were more versatile and simplified logistics with a common airframe. Others argued that if the Cold War came to blows with the Soviet Union, the US and NATO would need every fighter it could get up high fighting for air superiority. Since fighter bombers were more expensive and approached close air support as a secondary mission, there was a high risk of NATO troops in Europe having to face waves of Soviet tanks and mechanized infantry without sufficient air support. Proponents of a dedicated close air support design argued going for the dedicated approach would yield a cheaper aircraft with specialized advantages and multi-purpose fighter bomber simply couldn't compete with. A specialized aircraft wouldn't need to focus on supersonic performance, for example, so it could be more fuel efficient with longer loitering times over the battlefield, all while carrying more protection and ordnance. While the debate raged, Air Force Chief of Staff John P. McConnell launched the Attack Experimental, or AX program in 1966 with the goal of designing a powerful but cost-effective dedicated close combat aircraft. The threat of Soviet armor punching through NATO lines in Europe was getting even more dangerous, especially with the rumored T-64 on the horizon. So the US Air Force was getting concerned that 1960s-era missiles and rockets might not be enough to stem the tide of Soviet armor. In another hotly debated move, the Air Force started a parallel project with the AX to develop a gun-based anti-tank solution that would eventually become the GAU-8 Avenger rotary cannon, firing special, depleted uranium armor-piercing incendiary or high-explosive incendiary 30mm rounds at an average rate of 3,900 rounds per minute. Designers believed the low-tech solution of a gigantic cannon at the front of the A-10 would be a reliable alternative to the finicky missiles of the time for both tank busting as well as general purpose ground attack. While no one could argue the distinctive brrrrat, did I do that right? Sounds that the gun makes when firing wouldn't grab the enemy's attention, designers were conflicted about how useful it would be, and if the extra weight wouldn't be better used for carrying more bombs and missiles. Testing showed the gun to be very reliable though, with only one jam after a full 18 months of trials, and the GAU-8 was officially adopted along with the A-10 in 1977. The GAU-8 cannon proved to be so big and powerful that the whole rest of the A-10 had to be designed around the gun and ammunition system, At 19 feet 5 inches long and 4,000 pounds in weight, the GAU-8 assembly accounts for 16% of the plane's weight. While most modern fighters use 20mm rotary cannons for air-to-air combat, the 30mm GAU-8 needs to be so much bigger to crack harder targets than aircraft. The armor-piercing ammunition achieves a whopping 3,300 feet per second muzzle velocity, giving the depleted uranium projectiles the speed and energy they need to punch through vehicles' armor. The gun's effective range is over 1.2 kilometers, though pilots train to shoot at shorter distances when shooting at the toughest targets like main battle tanks to maximize both accuracy and penetration. With such a high rate of fire, the weight of just the cartridge casings being dumped after each round is fired could significantly change the plane's center of gravity, throwing off the pilot's aim mid-burst. The GAU-8 mitigates this by feeding spent casings back into the ammunition drum instead of ejecting them. The A-10 itself is reportedly very easy to fly, if on the slow side, with a maximum speed of 439 miles per hour at sea level, since the A-10 would be exposed to enemy fire during strafing runs and couldn't rely on speed to evade man-portable air defenses like the Strela or Igla launchers. Designers bake survivability into the airframe to keep pilots alive. The cockpit is protected by a 1,200-pound bathtub-shaped casing of titanium armor and a thick front panel of bulletproof glass. The idea behind this protection is not to shrug off direct hits from missiles like a tank would, but instead minimize vulnerability to ground fire and shrapnel from nearby explosions, since many anti-aircraft missiles use proximity fuses to spray a nearby aircraft with fragments, sort of like a remote shotgun. By protecting the pilot and engineering a lot of extra strength and redundancy into the airframe, the A-10 isn't invulnerable, but was built to withstand a lot more punishment than your average military aircraft. Even with this extra protection, the A-10 weighs just shy of 25,000 pounds when empty, which is 6,000 pounds less than the F-4 Phantom II that the Air Force was considering for the A-10's role, which demonstrates how much extra weight and complexity goes into making a supersonic capable aircraft. Both the A-10 and F-4 can carry the same amount of underslung weaponry at about 16,000 pounds payload, but the A-10 has the advantage of the GAU-8 cannon on top of its underslung capacity, all while being about $400,000 cheaper to build than the F-4 in 1965 dollars. Despite having one of the biggest guns in the history of combat aircraft, the A-10 was still supposed to use missiles and bombs as its primary armament in a stand-up fight with the Soviet Union. While early air-to-ground missiles like the AGM-12 Bullpup were difficult to use and inaccurate, missile technology developed rapidly over the course of the AX and GAU-8 programs. The AGM-65 Maverick was introduced in 1972 and quickly became the air-to-ground missile of choice for the US Air Force. Using newly developed TV guidance, the Maverick was much more accurate than the joystick-controlled Bullpup and could be fired from higher altitudes where it was safer for the aircraft and pilot. Later versions of the Maverick would add infrared imagers and laser guidance for even greater accuracy in all weather conditions. The advancement of air-to-ground missile technology put the A-10 in somewhat of a weird spot, meaning any plane with the right targeting equipment could drop warheads on foreheads from altitudes where the A-10's gun and armor weren't necessary. When a laser-guided Maverick can hit a tank more accurately from 22 kilometers away, the 1.2 kilometer range of the GAU-8 looks a lot less impressive. But it's important to remember that close air support is a mission and not an aircraft type. Close air support is a type of ground strike mission, defined by the Air Force Counter Land Operations Manual as air action by aircraft against hostile targets that are in close proximity to friendly targets. By contrast, ground strike missions that target enemy forces further away from friendlies fall under the air interdiction mission set. While aircraft that are particularly good at close air support missions might be referred to as CAS aircraft, Air Force doctrine has long maintained that any aircraft that can conduct air interdiction missions can also conduct close air support. just with a more restrictive engagement rules, and closer coordination with ground commanders to prevent hitting friendlies. So if any plane that can strike ground targets can conduct CAS, that seems like a point for those that say a dedicated platform isn't necessary, right? As usual, there's more to the story, and the combat history of the A-10 proved it to be a very powerful aircraft with more flexibility than meets the eye. The Warthog got its first taste of real combat during Operation Desert Storm in 1991, where it ironically was used more in the air interdiction role than its close air support role. A-10 squadrons were initially held in reserve during the opening phases of the operation in case Iraqi armored units counterattacked in Saudi Arabian territory. This defensive posture of the A-10 was a replica of how it would be deployed in case the Soviet Union charged across Europe, and is a sound operational decision. But it meant many Warthog pilots missed out on the first meeting engagements of the conflict, where coalition and Iraqi troops were in close combat. Once the threat of an armored counterattack subsided, the A-10 was unleashed behind enemy lines, attacking Iraqi troop and logistic movements, flying 8,100 sorties and launching 90% of all Maverick missiles fired by coalition air forces in the conflict. The Warthog even shot down 2 Iraqi helicopters with its GAU-8 cannon, scoring the only 2-gun air-to-air kills of Desert Storm. The final tally for the A-10 in the First Gulf War was an impressive 987 tanks and 1,355 combat vehicles for only 6 planes lost. Another 14 A-10s were damaged, but able to fly back to base, suggesting that the A-10's survivability was keeping pilots alive in that conflict. Warthog pilots supported NATO forces on the ground, as well as escorted rescue helicopters in the recovery of a downed stealth fighter pilot in March 1999. The low-altitude protection and long loitering times of the A-10's fuel efficiency made it an excellent asset in combat search and rescue missions. The A-10 wasn't perfect, however, and the global war on terror saw the A-10 both praised and criticized during operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. On the one hand, troops on the ground generally loved hearing an A-10 was on the way to help when they were under fire. The distinctive sound of a 30mm cannon really gets the freedom juices flowing, and the generous loadout of bombs, missiles, and rockets give forces plenty of options to handle unexpected threats. But on the other hand, the A-10's reliance on low-tech solutions for targeting and engagements led to a lot of collateral damage and friendly fire incidents. The A-10 has the dubious honor of topping the list for the US aircraft in both friendly fire deaths and civilian casualties, killing 10 US soldiers since 2001 and 35 civilians in Afghanistan, although that sort of data wasn't collected prior to 2010 and is likely much higher. As a result, officers who had access to the bigger picture had mixed reviews of the A-10's performance, with a senior Army commander telling USA Today, "First, US forces better do no harm. I didn't want any stinking A-10 flying unless they were going to drop a satellite-guided bomb or other precision-guided munition." That was a US Army commander speaking under condition of anonymity. The main sources of criticism were early versions of the plane's lack of modern sensor technology, along with the GAU-8 cannon itself, with pilots mostly having to use binoculars and the Mark I eyeball to identify targets. It was a lot more difficult to identify friend from foe. The problem had cropped up as early as the First Gulf War, when 2 A-10s mistakenly strafed British vehicles, killing 9 soldiers. But emphasis on keeping the A-10 rugged and cheap delayed major upgrades to the plane's sensor and fire control systems until the mid-2000s. The $2.2 billion A-10C upgrade program finally updated the Warthog's cockpit from the 1970s era tech it had first flown with, but the GAU-8 cannon was causing as much controversy now as when it was first proposed. While the GAU-8 is a very accurate weapon by gun standards, it still has much more dispersion than a precision-guided munition. JDAM bombs use GPS to achieve 80% of bomb drops within 16 feet of the aim point, while the latest dual-mode laser-guided munitions can bring that radius down to 3.6 feet. Meanwhile, the GAU-8's accuracy expands in a cone from the muzzle, with 80% of rounds hitting a 40-foot wide circle at maximum range. At 60 rounds of high explosive incendiary rounds a second, It's a lot of potential for hitting something that wasn't supposed to get hit. This isn't to say that suppressing or eliminating a large area of enemy troops with a weapon capable of multiple attack runs isn't useful, but air and ground commanders alike raise concerns that newer weapons can achieve the same effect with a lot less collateral damage. The Warthog is almost 50 years old at this point, meaning that aircraft are having to undergo more and more maintenance each year. These costs are adding up to the point where newer platforms are becoming cheaper to operate per flight hour, with just one major maintenance project being a wing replacement program to keep the planes flight-worthy, costing $2 billion in 2007. The Air Force has proposed cutting the A-10s entirely from the federal defense budget in 2015, 2016, and 2017 in favor of other programs and aircraft, but each time Congress has rejected the idea due to the A-10's popularity among troops and the public. But as new technology enables new means of warfighting, the Air Force appears to have finally convinced Congress that other aircraft can do the same job but better. A big part of the argument for retiring the A-10 is a mirror of the original survivability argument from the 1960s. There doesn't seem to be much room for a big aircraft that flies low and slow in a near-peer conflict, and likely hasn't been for some time. The A-10 has been effective as long as it has, thanks to the low intensity of counterinsurgency warfare that the US has been fighting for 20 years. Besides a few man-portable launchers, the Taliban and ISIS didn't have much air defense that could threaten the A-10. And so the Warthog thrived in the asymmetric warfare conditions of Iraq and Afghanistan. Experts say that won't be the case against a potential enemy like China, that not only has an air force of its own, but also one of the most sophisticated missile networks in the world. For all its charm, titanium armor isn't enough to protect against the latest missiles with continuous rod warheads that slice through planes like giant circular swords. Flying low to avoid radar also doesn't work against modern surveillance systems, of which both Russia and China have plenty. The threat environment has evolved beyond what the A-10 was built to withstand. A lot of media attention has focused on the fact that the Air Force doesn't plan to replace the A-10 with another dedicated close air support platform. But as mentioned earlier, CAS is a mission, not an aircraft. And there have been fundamental shifts in what air assets are capable of since the 1970s. Multi-role aircraft have fewer compromises than they did 40 years ago. Drones have also evolved from primarily surveillance platforms to potent close air support options in their own right, while requiring less training and maintenance support than an A-10. While none of these alternatives to the A-10 carry the legendary GAU-8 cannon, the usefulness of the big gun approach is more questionable than ever. The gun's tank-busting abilities aren't sufficient against modern tank armor. The 30mm API rounds used by the cannon can penetrate around 69mm of steel armor at 500 meters, but modern Russian tanks like T-72B3 have 80mm or more on the hull and sides, and way more protection on the front. A US Navy test in 1980 determined that the A-10 could kill T-62s only 33% of the time, even with a side approach. So there isn't much chance of achieving more than a mobility kill against later designs. That said, fans of the A-10 are reluctantly starting to accept that the retirement might finally be a reality. While we might not hear 3,900 rounds per minute of freedom roaring over the battlefield for much longer, the distinctive sound of an A-10 on a gun run is unforgettable. I hope you found some information in this video worth giving a like or subscription for. Thank you so much for watching Spare Parts Army. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy, and I'll see you guys again real soon.
Sam Bankman-Fried is facing 115 years in prison for fraud, and I flew to New York City to watch it all happen live. We'll be breaking it all down here in the $40 million Bahama penthouse, what happened with FTX, who the big players are, and everything about this trial, start to finish. But first, let me be honest. This is not a quick story. I'm going to simplify, but try not to oversimplify, which is difficult given that there are 1,000 pages of transcripts and government evidence. So to tackle this, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the prosecution and defense's arguments in order as the jury would hear them, two competing visions for what happened with FTX. Then we'll give you the witness testimony that ultimately will decide the fate of one of the largest frauds we've ever seen. And you at home can decide what you believe. Is Sam innocent or guilty? Let's get started. All right, this is pretty boring. They just selected the jury. All right, this is where things get more interesting. We got opening statements today. The prosecution's arguments is basically that Sam Bankman-Fried created an elaborate fraud using two companies. FTX, where customers could go deposit their money, and Alameda Research, which then stole that money from FTX. Now, on the surface, Alameda was a trading firm and a market maker. Both FTX and Alameda were controlled by Sam, but it kind of looked like they were separate entities. Like they were both successful, but separate. Now, that wasn't true. The companies weren't separate, and Alameda Research got special privileges which they used to steal the customers' money. By the time anyone found out, it was already too late. According to the prosecution's lawyers, a year ago, the truth started to come out. Customers tried to get their money back, but that money, the customer's money, was gone. The defendant had taken it. Now, on the other side, you have the defense, who says, yeah, FTX collapsed, but Sam didn't intend to defraud anyone. Quote, Sam believed that loans that FTX made to Alameda were permitted and backed by reasonable security. But if that's true, why did things fail? Well, think of FTX like a plane. Sam and his colleagues were building the plane as they were flying it. I mean, it's so easy to blame people in hindsight, but is it that simple? Quote, to listen to the government's openings, there were no employees. It was Sam doing everything by himself. That wasn't true. No one person, no CEO, certainly not Sam, could be everywhere. And as a result, some things got overlooked. And the defense is right. 8 billion things did indeed go overlooked. But their point is this. If blame is to go anywhere, look at who was actually the CEO of Alameda Research at the time. It wasn't Sam. It was his ex-girlfriend, Caroline Ellison. And speaking of Caroline, she's going to be testifying later against Sam in this trial. So the defense is eager to discredit her and the other FTX executives who are also testifying against Sam. The defense says that all these people entered cooperation agreements, which incentivizes them to testify against Sam and make him sound as bad as possible to get their sentence lessened. Or, as they would put it, quote, are they spinning things that Sam said that were good faith business decisions and now claiming they were sinister and they knew it all along? That's the story of the prosecution and the defense. Elaborate fraud or well-meaning failure. Before you make up your mind, though, know that neither of these two have really presented much evidence. So to believe either of their stories, that's really what we're waiting for. And of course, that's going to come through witnesses. Speaking of witnesses, this is where things get pretty lopsided, to be honest. The prosecution has all the witnesses. They have pages of witnesses, while the defense basically has none, except for Sam himself, who probably shouldn't take the stand. So everyone you'll be hearing from today is testifying against Sam. And with that in mind, let's kick off with our first witness. It's a customer of FTX, Mark Anthony Juilliard. Now, the first thing we find out is that Mark had $100,000 on FTX right before everything collapsed. And he saw Sam Bankman-Fried tweet this: FTX is fine. Assets are fine. FTX has enough to cover all client holdings. We don't invest client assets in treasuries. And Mark, seeing this and trusting Sam, didn't withdraw his money in early November, only to realize later he couldn't withdraw it, and FTX declared bankruptcy. The point is, Mark was hurt because Sam Bankman-Fried lied about FTX being fine, or so the prosecution says. Now, the defense's turn came to cross-examine him, and they said, hey, you knew crypto was new and also a risky asset, didn't you? Yes. You could make a lot, you could also lose a lot. Yes. The defense asked Mark if he had read the terms of service. Mark said he did not. Which, I get what they're doing here, just kind of making him seem reckless, but I found it personally besides the point. which is that SBF lied about the health of his company. I found it unconvincing, but you guys know I'm a little biased here. Now, up next, the prosecution calls their next witness, Adam Yedidia, who is a long-term friend of Sam Bankman-Fried. Not only that, Adam worked at FTX, and he was asked to explain why he abruptly quit one day. He says, quote, "I learned that Alameda Research had used customer deposits to pay back its loans to creditors," which might sound bad, but it's about to get a lot worse. All right, Adam Yedidia is still up, and he explains that early on, FTX had trouble opening its own bank account. So to get customer money in, quote, "the deposits were received in a different bank account labeled the North Dimension Bank account." Who controlled it? Alameda, according to Adam. Adam claims that if he knew Alameda was spending the money, it would have raised concerns for him. Why? Well, then the money wouldn't be there for the customer if the customer wanted it. And here's where we learned about an account called the fiat@ftx.com account. This was the internal account where FTX tracked how much Alameda owed them for their customer deposits. Why is this important? Well, Adam found out by looking at it one day that Alameda owed FTX $8 billion in 2022, which concerned him. Quote, "I had a conversation with Sam. What was your reaction to this $8 billion liability that led to your conversation with Sam? It concerned me. Why did it concern you? It seemed like a lot of money for Alameda to be owing FTX, and I wanted to be certain that Alameda could repay that debt." Spoiler alert, it couldn't. Now, Sam allegedly responded at the time, "We were bulletproof last year," being 2021, "but we're not bulletproof this year." In cross-examination, the defense tried to ask Adam about Sam's car, which, if that feels unrelated to this point, it is. They say, quote, "Do you know what car he did drive?" No. "Did you recall seeing a Toyota Corolla?" In terms of clothes, he didn't buy fancy clothes, right? I didn't see him wear fancy clothes. To be honest, I felt this was a big miss for the defense to tackle the actual issue. The prosecution is claiming Sam knew how bad things were and chose to lie about it. So that kind of went unanswered. And speaking of the prosecution, Matt Huang is up next. Now, Matt works for Paradigm, as we would learn, which invested almost $300 million in FTX. But before they did that, they were worried about Alameda getting special treatment on FTX, to which Matt emailed them, worrying about value leakage through Alameda. Matt claims, quote, "I recall that we were told there was no preferential treatment for Alameda." This, we would soon find out, was a lie, when the next witness, Gary Wang, took the stand after another disappointing cross-examination by the defense. Now, who's Gary Wang? He's really important. He's the co-founder of both FTX and Alameda Research. He's super important because he was present for all the big moments. And he claims basically the opposite of Sam. Sam said there was no preferential treatment of Alameda. Gary says, "We gave special privileges to Alameda Research on FTX, which allowed it to withdraw unlimited amounts of funds from the platform, and we lied about this to the public." Now remember, the jury just heard from our last witness that there was no special privileges. And then the co-founder's like, "Yeah, we did, and we lied about it." This entire section was pretty horrible for the defense. Gary's asked, question, "Did you commit financial crimes while working at FTX?" Yes. "Did you commit these crimes by yourself or with other people?" With other people. Who are the main other people? Sam Bankman-Fried, Dashad Singh, and Caroline Ellison. Now, all those other people took cooperation agreements against Sam, so it's like all the people who are at this company are all pointing their finger at this one guy. But we're not even done yet. Today, the prosecution shows Gary Wang's code, which he wrote for FTX, which gave Alameda Research special privileges. In it, there's this special function created called Allow Net, which was switched on for Alameda Research and basically no one else. In the code, they show that if an account had that, they were allowed to have negative balances without anything happening. Now, this meant two things. One, if Alameda Research made a bad trade, nothing happened. And two, it allowed Alameda to basically have infinite withdrawals from FTX. Again, from the transcript, question, so did this special advantage allow Alameda to make unlimited withdrawals off the FTX exchange? Yes. If Alameda's account balance was zero or negative and it used this special advantage to withdraw Bitcoin, whose Bitcoin would it be withdrawing? Answer, from customers. It would be withdrawing customers' Bitcoin. Now, that says it all. And the point of this testimony is not just to highlight that Alameda could and did steal money from customers. It was also showing that Sam was kind of willing to lie about that fact, because the prosecution then shows a tweet from 2019 when Sam is asked, once again, about conflicts of interest running FTX and a trading firm, Alameda, which runs their trades on FTX. Sam's response was that Alameda's account is just like everyone else's. And the beating didn't stop there. The prosecution then hammered Sam on this like insurance fund thing they had. If you don't know what that is, basically, in the event that FTX took losses, they claimed that there was this insurance fund, which they bragged in a tweet was worth over $100 million. Gary Wang then explained that the purpose of this fund was this. Quote, if an account does not get liquidated in time, that other customers of FTX won't be affected. Makes sense. An $100 million insurance fund does sound comforting, if it were true. Turns out, FTX lied. Question, was the number on this tweet accurate? Answer, no. Why not? For one, there's no FTT in the insurance fund. And two, the number does not match. What do you mean it does not match? The number in the databases was a different number. Question, is it a real number? Answer, no. So it's a fake number, yes. Was the real number higher or lower than the fake number? Lower. So they just faked the number to look better? But if you're wondering how, the prosecution pulls up the code. And they ask Gary, hey, it looks like it takes the daily volume, multiplies it by a random number, and divides by 1 billion. Answer, yes. Does that number have anything to do with the actual number of the insurance fund? No. This was the exact moment, guys. I knew I had to go visit this trial in person. I knew things were bad with FTX. I didn't know they were make things up with random numbers levels of bad for our insurance fund. So based on this, I took the next flight out to New York City from the Bahamas, and I can't believe what I saw. Now, I'm gonna warn you guys right now, they didn't allow us to film in here, so all I got was really just like a little bit of B-roll. But in terms of experiencing it, I really got a feeling for what it was like in the actual courtroom, seeing Caroline, seeing Sam, seeing Gary, which brings us to... So Gary Wang is still on the stand in cross-examination. At this point, I'm in the courtroom with my little notebook, and I followed the trial around enough to know that the defense really needs to land some jabs here, right? They've been taking a beating so far. So, you know, I take my seat and I get ready for fireworks, right? This is their moment. And to their credit, the defense brings up something called NAV, net asset value. This is their silver bullet. Question, are you familiar with the term net asset value? Yes. That's sometimes called NAV? Yes. It just means that your assets minus your liabilities, right? Roughly speaking, yes. If you have a positive NAV, you have more assets than you have liabilities, right? Yes. The defense then goes on to get Gary to admit that technically in 2022, he calculated that Alameda's net asset value was positive. Gary says yes, and they push again. Isn't it true that Alameda's net asset value remained positive all the way up to November of 2022, which is when things collapsed? Answer, it depends a lot on how much value you assign to Alameda's investments, which is kind of true, but it's also like a lot of a dodge. Even from my very biased perspective, you know, I was writing in here, I was just like, I don't know. The actual answer from Gary should have been here, yes, that's true. Alameda's balance sheets showed a positive net asset value as late as November, but the nuance of why is what really matters here. To understand it, we're going to have to explain liquid versus illiquid assets. So to do that, I've flown out everyone's favorite bartender, Maxwell, to talk about it. Watch this.
When you hear them talk about these liquid assets,
Claims she learned that Alameda Research had loaned billions of dollars to Sam, Gary, Nishad, and other entities through FTX. According to internal spreadsheets, around $5 billion was loaned out. Why? A lot of it was being used on investments, she said, a lot of early stage startup companies, and of course, political donations. If you're from America, take a big drink, this one hurts. Because Sam said that spending money on politics was very effective, that you could get very high returns in terms of influence by spending relatively small amounts of money. I just want to pause on that moment and just say it's such a sad indictment of our government. I mean, if you're gonna get bought out as a politician, can you at least charge a lot of money? You couldn't buy my influence for less than $10 million. I mean, have some self-respect, guys. That's all I'm gonna say, okay? We need a better standard. But anyways, moving on, Caroline then explains that these loans to executives were illiquid, meaning you couldn't really sell your stake if you needed to repay the loans because either political donations or venture capital, you're just not gonna really get your money back. Over time, Caroline says that she didn't feel good about including these loans on Alameda's balance sheet because, quote, that might raise concerns for Alameda's lenders, and, quote, they made Alameda significantly riskier. Caroline was then asked about Sam Bankman-Fried's approach to risk-taking. Quote, he described himself as risk neutral, meaning that most people are risk averse. But he said that he was totally comfortable taking a risk as long as he thought it was a positive EV. EV meaning expected value. Caroline was asked if Sam gave an example of this, and he did. He would be happy to flip a coin, and if it came up tails, the world was destroyed. As long as if it came up heads, the world would be more than like twice as good. Okay, the prosecution, I think, did not stay on this point enough. This is insane. Of course it's not risk neutral. It's degenerate gambler behavior. This sounds like my uncle betting it all on 00 in Vegas, telling me he has a system. I mean, there's nothing risk neutral about being willing to bet the world's destruction on a coin toss. In fact, it was so bad, the prosecution then asked for a break. And when they came back, the government then shows this exhibit, which is an internal note. The part in gray was written by Sam. And it's just basically a potential bad scenario for FTX and Alameda. Why was Sam thinking about this? Well, he claimed that he thought there was a 10% risk chance that this happened, and he wanted Caroline to look at it. Some of these worst case scenario events were like their venture capital is basically worthless, Serum, Solana, FTT all go down 75%. You get the idea. And the reason for this at the time was not purely theoretical. Sam said he was thinking of making $3 billion more in venture investments and wanted to know how that would affect Alameda's finances. Caroline came back and basically told him it will affect them badly. Quote, making $3 billion more venture investments would put Alameda in a significantly riskier position and make it much less likely or almost impossible that we would be able to pay off our loans. That's, of course, bad. And this is an extremely important moment because it's like someone clearly warning Sam that he should stop. So he does that, right? No. He then tweeted this on January 14th. We're launching a $2 billion venture fund. This is right after he's told you do this, you may collapse your own company because it's too risky. Anyway, that's the end of day 5. Day 6, October 11th. Caroline Ellison gets back on the stand. The jury is told about May of 2022. We're walking through the events. The crypto market has just crashed because of Terra Luna, and crypto lenders are scared. Celsius is collapsing, we covered that. Other lenders don't want to be overextended, and a lot of them decide to call back their loans. The head of lending at Genesis, for example, a large lender to FTX and Alameda, recalls $400 million of their loans. Now, this is bad for Alameda because they don't have money and they've borrowed billions from their customers, billions from lenders. The only way they're going to pay back one of those people is to borrow more from the other. So in this case, they're going to take more from customers. Caroline then testifies this, quote, we didn't have the liquid assets to pay all the money back, and we would be taking money from FTX. Question, and whose funds would that be? That would be coming from customer funds. Nevertheless, they pay back those loans anyways. 5 days later, head of lending at Genesis texts them again. He's worried, might call in more loans. He asks them for a, quote, more updated view of equity and balance sheet. This is really important because Caroline says, okay, yeah, I'll put it together. But behind the scenes, she's really concerned because she puts together a regular balance sheet, but when she shows it to Sam, she says, quote, think it looks bad. I don't think we can send this to Genesis. Do you agree? And he said, yeah, that sounds right. Now we're going to go through some of these balance sheets. I know it's going to be complicated at first, but there's only a few numbers you need to know about. Here's what the original one looked like. What matters here is that their liabilities are massive. Numbers here are in millions, so 14 billion is the total they owed, and 9 billion of it are FTX exchange borrows, meaning taken from FTX customers. Now their assets are 21 billion, which is technically more, but mostly consists of Sam coins, some of which are literally locked up. And then also they have all these related party loans, which they're counting as assets, $4.5 billion. We've talked about that. They can't get that money back. So that is why both Sam and Caroline knew this balance sheet looked terrible. They know they don't have the actual cash or crypto to cover their debts. According to Caroline, Sam then suggested that I should prepare some alternative ways of presenting the information and send them to him. Caroline then creates 7 alternate balance sheets and sends them all to Sam. Because, quote, I didn't really want to be dishonest, but I also didn't want them to know the truth. Them meaning Genesis. And of the 7 alternate balance sheets, this is the one Sam picked. In a side-by-side, you can notice a few things. Firstly, the related party loans is gone. So is the word exchange borrows. Caroline claims, quote, I deleted the related party loans and I also subtracted the same amount of money from FTX borrows so that our NAV would remain the same, but our total assets and total liabilities would both get lower, which, to be clear, is accounting fraud. But the reason they did this is what's actually important, which is, quote, the intended effect, this is Caroline, was to make Alameda look less risky than it was and to hide the fact that we were borrowing around $10 billion from FTX customers. And so, what was the result of all that lying? Well, she sends it off to Genesis and it backfires because they keep recalling loans. All that effort and they're still asked to repay $500 million in $250 million clips. To be clear, this is the worst case scenario Sam had dreamed of coming true. By September, FTX's borrows will have gone up to $13.7 billion. If you remember, just a bit ago, 3 months ago, it was $9.9 billion. So things are spiraling out of control. And by November, things hit a breaking point when that fake balance sheet, which they sent Genesis, got leaked to CoinDesk, a publication, and people started to read it and realized that FTX just didn't have the money, and they started withdrawing from FTX. It's worth commenting here on the irony that this fake balance sheet, which was supposed to conceal how bad things were, was ultimately their downfall, because even with all the changes they made, it still looked so bad to scare customers. But ultimately the result was people just started withdrawing all their money and they couldn't fulfill that and they collapsed. I know a lot of people will point to CZ tweeting about FTX as like the catalyst for FTX collapsing, but actually that was just extra fuel to the fire. The truth was FTX and Alameda just didn't have the money. They hadn't had the money for a long period of time. And that information got leaked through this like balance sheet. But ultimately that wasn't the most impactful moment of Caroline's testimony, because all these numbers, it's hard to know how much the jury is really resonating with it. But what I know they resonated with is what happened right after, which is when the government pulled up a grainy text between Sam and Caroline. She's saying that she's in the best mood I've been in all year. Sam replies, why? Because she's exciting? Quote, I think I just had an increasing dread of this day. It was weighing on me for a long time, and now that it's actually happening, it just feels great to get it over with, one way or another. Now, what happened next will not be shown in court records because transcripts don't show emotions, but I wrote it down because I was there in the courtroom at the time. Caroline starts bawling at this point. She starts expressing remorse, admitting to lying, crying over her guilt and dread. And look, I'm not going to read you her whole statement there, but I was watching the jury, and I know for a fact they were moved by this. They might not have understood all the numbers. They might not have understood the embezzlement. But they understand when a CEO starts crying about how guilty they were about what they were doing, what they knew they were doing the whole time. And I think that was a really powerful moment. And that's basically the end of the day. The next day, Caroline Ellison is up for cross-examination. This is really the defense's chance to kind of land some shots. And of course, it doesn't happen. They try to focus in on the fact that Caroline is just trying to get a cooperation agreement, like with the government. The implication being that the only reason she admitted that, she defrauded people, the only reason she's crying is because she wants to get a deal. But the problem with this was that then in redirect, this gets used against the defense when the prosecution uses that to release a tape showing Ellison admitting all of this prior in an all-hands meeting.
Starting last year, Alameda was kind of borrowing a bunch of money via open-term loans and use that to make various illiquid investments. So like a bunch of FTX and FTX US equity, a bunch of like other ventures, investments, etc. Most of Alameda's loans got called, and in order to like meet those loan recalls, we ended up like borrowing a bunch of funds on FTX, which led to FTX having a shortfall in user funds.
Just in general, this looked bad, and I just want to say, I'm not trying to make the defense look bad. I understand that I have a bias, but if you're thinking to yourself, wow, this video paints the defense as being bad, that's true, but it's not because I'm trying to select things to make them look bad. It just was like that, and there's no other way to really say that. And that's basically the end of the day. All right, up next, the prosecution has Zach Prince on the stand, CEO of BlockFi. Basically, the point of this was to share the fact that, FTX or Alameda were sending these fake balance sheets around. BlockFi would ultimately go bankrupt because they gave a bunch of loans to Alameda. But I think what's worth highlighting here is how convoluted some of these loans were, because it's worth understanding. The only problem is I barely understand it. So in order to explain it, I just actually had someone else do it. Carly Riley has been covering the trial as well through her channel, Overpriced JPEGs, and she's here to explain sort of how convoluted things were.
Let me see if I can get this in one shot. Okay. FTX US gives a $400 million line of credit to BlockFi, who then starts lending $800 million to Alameda, who in exchange for that $800 million posts collateral back to BlockFi, who hold it in an account that they have on FTX, who lends basically all customer deposits, including BlockFi's collateral deposits, to Alameda, who then uses that money they borrowed from FTX to partially pay back lenders, including BlockFi, who they paid back $150 million to in November of 2022 as everything was imploding, but they never finished paying them back because they went bankrupt.
All right, big thanks to Carly for that. To be honest, even still afterwards, I don't fully understand exactly how the BlockFi thing worked, but usually when things are unnecessarily complicated, it's because someone's trying to hide a ball somewhere. So just understand that the reason a lot of these loans were structured in such a convoluted way was ultimately so that Alameda or FTX could benefit. And that's ultimately what happened. They ended up basically siphoning money out of BlockFi. All right, today we have another big witness, Nishad Singh. He's basically the head of engineering at FTX, but the reason he's important is because he describes finding out that Alameda had basically taken customer money and confronting Sam about it on this balcony, pictured here. Nishad says that he was pacing behind these baskets on the left, and Sam was reclined on one of the white-like chase chairs behind that. In fact, it's not too far from where we are now. Basically, Nishad confronts Sam saying, hey, Caroline's really freaked out about the net asset value situation, and so am I. According to Nishad, Sam then replied, I'm not sure what there is to worry about. Net asset value is fantastic by almost any measure. Nishad replied, well, what about what Caroline said today and Gary said today, that there's $13 billion borrowed and we can't pay it all? Sam said, right, that. We are a little short on deliverables. He then says, this has been taxing me some 5 to 10% of my productivity for this year. Now, this is important because Sam and his defense's excuse traditionally has been, hey, I just found out about this debt, this giant debt that Alameda had in late 2022.
I mean, look, I wasn't running Alameda. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I didn't know the size of their position. A lot of these are things I've learned over the last month that I learned as I was sort of frantically digging into this on November 6th, November 7th, November 8th.
But that excuse now falls flat because clearly we have him saying that he knew about this for over a year. After all, he claims it occupied 10% of his productivity. So that blows a large hole in the defense's case that Sam was some innocent bystander. Now today had a bunch of other fun bits in it too, like spreadsheets of political donations, spreadsheets of venture capital investments, spreadsheets of celebrity endorsements. Yes, I like the spreadsheets. There's fun data in there, like the fact that celebrity endorsements cost $1.13 billion. In general, just the feeling was that, hey, Alameda's burning cash, even as their company is drowning in debt and nobody seems to care. All right, now we're on to the cross-examination of Nishad. And for the first time, this is where the defense starts to get their feet a little bit and things flipped pretty quick. The consensus the day before was that all of that was terrible for Sam. Nishad was a star witness. He was there confronting Sam on the balcony. He has this detailed story about, how he did it. But when pressed for details, this is where things got really weak. The defense brought up his lack of certainty earlier in his conversations. Quote, "You told the prosecutors that you had a surprising amount of haziness when trying to recall events in June and July of 2022. Nishad responds, "I don't remember saying those exact words. There was a lot I didn't remember the details around from that time." Wait, which is it? His testimony is based around him remembering exactly what he said to Sam Bankman-Fried. Now he's saying he's hazy on the details? But it gets worse. Nishad said that when he found out Alameda had stolen money, he felt really betrayed and described it as evil. But then the defense pointed out that Nishad himself had borrowed money, $3.7 million, to buy a house for himself. And where did he get that money? Well, he also took it from FTX, it turns out, which just destroys his credibility, because how can you think something's evil and then use it to get a big house for $3.7 million? So Nishad may have been the best storyteller for the prosecution, but he was also the easiest to pick apart for the defense. All right, day 11, we get Peter Easton, an accounting professor at Notre Dame. His job is to trace what happened to the money at FTX. He begins by showing a chart of the money Alameda owed FTX. $11.3 billion was the peak of their debts. So in theory, Alameda should have had that money they owed as a balance in the bank. But instead, the green line shows Alameda's actual balance in fiat. They owed billions of dollars that they didn't have. Next, Peter Easton showed how this happened through commingling of funds. These are the different bank accounts that Alameda, FTX, their different entities owned. Theoretically, these all should be separate, which is why they're in their own boxes. But in reality, the transactions looked like this. They were all sending money to each other. This is why Alameda didn't have the money. They spent it through these different shell companies. Peter Easton broke down exactly how in 4 categories: investments in businesses, political contributions, charities, and purchase of properties. Then he showed exactly what this looked like with charts like this, showing from left to right how customers' funds were sent to Alameda Research and then spent on some investment Sam himself wanted. They even had chat logs of Sam directing these investments. Peter showed multiple examples like this, Alameda stealing customers' money. We saw it over and over and over and over. The effect of all this was the feeling that almost all of SBF's donations, venture capital, charity, politic contributions, it was all paid for by his customers, which led us finally to this, a pie chart showing what Alameda owed customers along with a breakout of what they actually spent it on. And lo and behold, only a small fraction, 2.3 billion, was held aside for actual customers. Everything else was spent on things like this. And seeing this chart was devastating for Sam because it simplified an incredibly complicated topic into basically one easily readable chart. Now we're gonna come back to Peter Easton because he's really interesting. But first, I need to talk about what happened the next day. So up on the stand, we have Can Sun on day 12, FTX's general counsel. He's being asked about what happened during the collapse of FTX when they're looking to raise money to save the company. Now, at some point, they turn to a company called Apollo, which only is important because Apollo finds out FTX is $7 billion short on customer funds, and they ask Sam for a legal justification as to why the funds were missing at Alameda, and he asked me, Can Sun, to come up with a legal justification. The prosecution then asks, and did you come to any conclusions? Answer, yes. That there were no legal justifications for the money being taken away. Can Sun eventually admits, though, quote, I did tell him that there were theoretical arguments, but none of them was supported by the facts. And one of those theoretical arguments became the famous margin lending defense. Basically, in FTX's terms of service, there were 2 types of customers, regular customers and margin trading customers. Regular customers couldn't have their assets lent out. Margin trading customers had a separate TOS where they agreed that they could have their funds lent out. And the theoretical argument is that whenever Alameda borrowed money, they weren't borrowing from regular customers, they were borrowing from these margin lending customers, which they were allowed to do. The only issue with this is that Can Sun said that he, quote, previewed this argument with Nishad and Ramik, and they had pulled some numbers that showed that it was not supported by the facts. Question, Did you relay that to the defendant? Answer, yes. How did he acknowledge it? He said, yup, yup. Okay. We know this is true because of Peter Easton's testimony earlier, who showed some of these numbers. On this graph in red, you have how much Alameda owed customers, and in green, you have how much Alameda was borrowing in the spot margin program. As you can see, there are billions of dollars still missing that couldn't be explained by this argument. Despite this, Sam would still try to use it, later in interviews with people like George Stephanopoulos.
My understanding is a few things happen. The first is there is a margin trading facility on FTX by which users can lend out funds, by which other users borrow funds. And so there are explicit cases where there is, margin extended, where there is borrow lending.
If Alameda is borrowing the money that belongs to FTX depositors, that's a bright red line, isn't it?
There are a lot of cases where that's actually explicitly part of the programs and that are
but
happening.
Not here. Here it says that the digital assets may not be loaned to FTX trading.
As you can see there, Sam is just sort of trying out this argument, see if anyone bites. But even at the time, I knew that this couldn't be true because we had evidence that it wasn't. And I confronted Sam about it.
But I talked to somebody from Alameda and asked how big the position of, or how many people had assets in the type of accounts that terms of service would apply to versus the regular terms of service, which said you couldn't use their money. And they said it was about $1 billion that was in the margin trading, or the margin side of things, where you could reuse their funds or whatever, and the rest of it was not there. So does that mean the rest of the money was stolen? I mean, it seems like you're putting all your eggs behind this one excuse about, there was this separate side of the terms of service. How do you address everyone else?
So I don't have all the data in front of me. My memory is that it was substantially.
From defeating the Jose Aldo, then losing 3 fights in a row, to defeating Giga Chikadze only to lose the featherweight title. Here are some UFC fighters that did not live up to the hype. Petr Yan. I'm starting with a low dose of disappointment for you all. It's not fair to say Yan completely shocked everyone and fell from grace, but he did kind of fall off. Let's start with the good part, shall we? So, the Russian was built up to be a huge rising star. I'm talking about the crazy winning streak he had from 2015 to 2020. He hadn't lost a single fight up until that point. No Mercy really did live up to his name for a long time. It's hard to forget how he slayed Aldo at UFC 251.
Did a real good job of attacking the legs. Yeah, with those fingers out straight, but the left hand came through.
It was something to see, you guys. He TKO'd him with punches in the 5th round and became the bantamweight champion. It's no easy task when you're up against a guy like Jose Aldo, but here comes the bad part. In 2021, he put up a good fight against Aljamain Sterling, but something got in the way. It was no fault of his own, I'll tell you that. He landed an illegal knee on him, and that cost him the title.
Look at him just pressing on the head here, though. That's illegal. His knee was down.
But hold on, it gets worse. After that, he lost to Sean O'Malley, another rising star. In 2022, he went on to fight Sterling again, and everyone thought he would get the title he lost a year ago. Tough luck. Jan did well, but not well enough. Aljamain completely dominated him on the ground in the earlier rounds. Ouch. After all, No Mercy seemed to be on his way to dominating the bantamweight division for years.
Yeah, nasty kick/knee to the body by Jan.
That 5-year winning streak was a big deal. While Jan had years of wins, this next guy got big with one fight. But it was all downhill from there. Calvin Kattar, also known as the Boston Finisher. Man, that nickname came back to bite him, didn't it? See, Kattar began 2022 with a stunning 5-round victory over Giga Chikadze. Seriously, he had all eyes on him the entire year.
Oh, down he goes! And a big punch! This could be it! 2 and 1! And oh my goodness!
It looks like it didn't work out because it was all downhill from there. Following that big win, he faced Josh Emmett on a fight night in June of that year. Both of them just came off big victories, so you can imagine the pressure was on. There's no doubt about that. It just wasn't enough. Emmett ended up landing bigger and harder shots throughout the whole bout.
At the top of their game, trading blows for 25 minutes. And a big one for Josh Emmett.
And just like that, Kattar lost. Going down to an interim featherweight title must hurt, and it only got worse from here. The third bout was a disaster. Calvin faced Arnold Allen in his third main event of the year. The Boston Finisher couldn't make it and got TKO'd, but he also ended up with a knee injury, a torn ACL to be precise. And with an injury like that, the big man probably won't fight anytime soon. If you don't know, athletes with torn ACLs have a very difficult time recovering. In fact, they rarely end up with a full recovery. Heartbreaking, right? That being said, fighters like him take losses in stride. I can't say the same about this next one though. Jorge Masvidal. Gamebred is probably one of the most bankable UFC fighters. It's too bad he fell off so badly. Nobody can forget how he TKO'd Nate Diaz at UFC 244, title shot and all. When 2022 rolled around, he only fought one fight, and it was against his bitter rival, Colby Covington. The hype, unreal.
Big jab, big left, and big strikes from Covington. That's nice.
Until it wasn't. Covington's wrestling skills were just too good for him. He ended up losing a 5-round decision. Losing is one thing, but playing dirty outside the ring? Not on, man. After the defeat, sources said that Masvidal went and attacked Covington outside a restaurant. Yep, he sucker punched him and fractured one of his teeth. Colby wanted to press charges, of course. And you know Chaos. He does what he wants. Jorge hasn't been fined or convicted yet, but he just might this year. It's February now, and Chaos's charges are set to materialize into a trial this month, given the fact that his most notable fight was the one against Diaz in 2019.
Everything into it by Masvidal. Nate Diaz took it on the chin, and here's a nasty kick to the body by Masvidal.
This was a huge disappointment. Plus, he hasn't been fighting much recently. Some fans think his time is running out. This one is mostly Jorge's fault, but sometimes luck just doesn't work for us. You won't believe what happened to the next fighter, Alexander Rakic. Don't you love seeing young stars climb the heavyweight ranks? I know I do. That's why Rakic's case is straight up sad.
Strikes off from the standing. Welcome to the big leagues.
Fighters like Jamahal Hill and Yuri Prochaska all delivered what they set out to in 2022. Rakic, not at all. It's just crazy to see how he came off 2 back-to-back wins. Then things switched up fast. Don't get me wrong, his bouts against Anthony Smith and Thiago Santos were killer. Plus, I even think he could have won against Volkan Oezdemir in 2019.
Still in the grasp of Rakic, who tries to spin him down.
In there from Volkan. Takes a couple of shots at close range.
If the judging was different, if that happened, he'd have an unbeaten record. When he was given a chance at a title shot against champ Jan Blachowicz in May 2022, things went south. 2 back-and-forth rounds in a competitive bout weren't good for him, because guess what? He ended up tearing his ACL. That too was a low kick by Jan in the 3rd round. Now that we know he won't be coming back for some time, it's
everything you need.
Okay, I am back. That took ages. I wonder if this is still working.
Need to know about the Las Vegas Grand Prix. We are talking about the penultimate race of the season, and everyone's got questions about what on earth are we going to be looking forward to this weekend, Tom Bellingham. There's a lot to talk about, and I don't think this is going to be a straightforward, chilled weekend for many reasons.
No, I think this could well be one of the craziest Formula One races in terms of like the whole build-up to it and everything to ever exist. Whether that's a good or bad thing, we'll dive into, and there's a lot of opinions on this track, and yeah, it's going to be interesting because boy, has there been a lot of chaos and craziness already, and we haven't even started racing there yet.
And this isn't actually the first time they have raced in Las Vegas. It took place back in the 1980s at a different track, which was essentially in a car park. So if you want to find out more about that particular race, we have done a full podcast about it over on our Patreon, which is our short view Back to the Past series. So if you want to go and check that out and find out the absolute, like, oh, let's race in Vegas. And it's very less glamorous than what they've got in 2023. If you sign up to our Patreon, you support this channel, and you'll get access to that exclusive podcast series, ad-free podcasts, access to the private Discord, early access to events, and much, much more. Right, let's start, I think, at the very beginning, Tommy, about how this circuit actually came about. So in March 2022, it was announced that Las Vegas would host a Grand Prix in November 2023 down the Vegas Strip. Now, I don't know about you, Tommy, but when I heard this, my first reaction was one word: how?
Yes, yeah, very much so. Actually, thinking about this now, like March 2022, obviously that's off the back of one of, if not the most insane Formula One seasons we've ever had, going into this new era of cars, and it's like, well, new era, like F1's absolutely booming after this amazing season. It's like, we're going to race in Vegas. This is going to be absolutely incredible. And yeah, it definitely was a case of like, how is that going to work?
Oh God, March 2022, what a throwback. That was when we thought the cars were the greatest thing since sliced bread, and that they could all follow each other, and that was the sort of time, wasn't it, with Charles and Max battling in Baku, and Charles actually winning a race.
Leading the championship by
Australia,
a mile.
by 43 points over Max Verstappen. That was good times, wasn't it? So in February 2023, so this is this year, before they've had a race, they're confirming a 10-year deal, which means that they'll be able to host the race and essentially close the Vegas Strip. Now, there has been a lot of chatter about Vegas and Formula One and the absolute carnage that has unfolded since they've started to build it. This isn't a case of Monaco where they just whack up a few pit buildings, they cause a bit of congestion for a few weeks, and then it's, we're done. They've had to resurface everything. They've had to build these absolutely enormous grandstands. They've essentially changed Vegas. And look, I am putting myself into a Vegas resident that does not give a flying bleep about Formula One. And my beloved Vegas Strip, with so many amazing features, have been boarded up, blocked, and so on and so forth for months on end. And this is going to happen for 10 years.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time. Obviously, we mentioned Monaco earlier, and like you said, Monaco's been doing it as well for years and years and years. Especially, yeah, I think modern Monaco, it's like clockwork. They know exactly what they're doing, and it's also not the busiest place in the world, I guess, and they're kind of used to it.
Apart from that queue for the train station, my
God,
Tommy, when we tried to get that train, that was mad. That was a train that wasn't out to Nice and
yeah,
that sort of stuff.
one lift that takes you up to the top.
So Monaco's not perfect.
Vegas has had that level of chaos, I guess, around the whole weekend. You only have to go on TikTok and Instagram, and there's a few YouTube videos out there of residents that are just like, what on earth is going on here? Because at first I was kind of like, these people complaining about a touristy kind of event going on when you live in Las Vegas. It must be really bad for the, because this is the place that, has this kind of thing all the time. It must be horrendous for them to be complaining that much, because it's just affecting people's lives. And I think the worst of it appears to be the fact that people can't, that, you know, you're not going to get a view even if you live there. Whereas Monaco's a bit different. They kind of put barriers up and stuff, but Vegas, it's very much like, you know, put the boards up and all that kind of stuff.
Question from Oshalaka. If F1 truly cared about gaining the American audience, then why put up the barriers to obstruct the view from businesses? I understand more profit, but it doesn't help bring in a non-racing or even casual watcher. I completely agree. Of course, Formula One is a business. They're going to try and utilize as much as they possibly can, especially from this, because they have paid to put this on. Although I was watching another YouTube video around this whole Vegas thing and a bit of research on it, and F1 applied for Las Vegas themselves to cough up a huge amount of money to essentially help host the Grand Prix.
I think you may have watched the same video I did. It's very much worth
yeah.
a watch.
And so you can't even say like, oh, you know, F1's just put every penny into this. They've been trying to save money everywhere they can. And I wonder whether there's a slight bit of believing Formula One's further ahead than they actually are. And they're like, well,
Naivety.
America's taking it on now. Yeah, a bit naive, I suppose, in that sense. And I still feel like there's a lot further to go with Formula One and America to really, truly be embraced as a sport in the long run. I'm not talking about the short run. That's great. But Max Verstappen's starting to dominate. Fans will turn away because we don't have that chaos of 2021. We don't have that drive to survive drama going on every single race weekend. What happens if we have a period of 5 years where someone dominates? So for me, I'm completely with Oshalaka here, saying that why don't you just embrace the whole thing? You're charging an outrageous amount just to be there anyway. Still put up the right parameters in order to not cause massive congestion in certain parts where people might be peering over a wall or something. But you have to integrate rather than be like, well, the circus is here. You have to pay $1,000 to get in, or you're not even getting a sniff of it.
Also, one way to, I guess, compensate the residents that have had to put up with the chaos, because yeah, we've not really gone into too much about it, but I think if I was a tourist as well going to Vegas and I didn't, like I say, know anything about the Grand Prix, a lot of the landmarks you can't even see. They've chopped down trees and things like that, and it's all just boarded up, and you've got to think, this is one weekend, like all this for one weekend, and it's going on, and you're, you know, the amount of tourism that a place like Las Vegas must bring in must be absolutely insane. And yeah, you're kind of covering it up. Surely a good way is for these residents that have been making all these videos and YouTube videos and stuff about like, this is an absolute joke. I'm not going to be able to stand this for another 10 years. It's absolutely ridiculous. The traffic's awful. Like, can't get to work, can't do this, can't do that. Is make them fall in love with F1, right?
Exactly,
Surely.
and they're going to be the exact opposite of that.
Yeah,
when
they're
their
going to hate
commutes are
F1.
3 times as long to go to work. They were saying that there was not only the road that they try and get to, sometimes they'd then divert and go to the road along. But then there's also works going on for 4 roads along, and it's a massive thing that's going on here. It's not a small track. It's not a Monaco. And for that, I can see why it's turning away a lot of Vegas residents. Whether it's genuinely going to cause a negative outcome overall, I'm not so sure. Depends how good the weekend is.
Yeah.
But the actual people there, I can understand why they're so peeved off.
From everything I've seen so far, it is very much a kind of, it feels like they've tried to do a Monaco, and they're realizing how difficult that is. Basically.
Yeah, they tried to do a Monaco in one of the busiest, craziest places, being Las Vegas, on the actual main strip. They've gone, how hard can we make it? Yes, that's essentially what Formula One have done. I've actually seen recently, Tommy, that the ticket prices and the hotel prices have plummeted. And I've actually gone and bought my mum and my sister access to Thursday so they can go and watch practice, because it was so much cheaper than what they were trying to flog it for. Now they've realised, oh God, no one's coming. We've overpriced this by about 3 times.
Yeah, the ticket prices I've seen dropping. There's a lot of hotel prices dropping because I think they expected all these people to come and they could just pay the enormous fees that it's costing Formula One by essentially having lots of rich people come and want to be part of it. But it's quite clear that that's not gonna be the case. So maybe they do need to start letting some of the residents see, so there's enough people there.
And also, I think, you know, we said about the naive approach, but it's also quite an arrogant approach, I think, as well, with how high they've tried to price this Grand Prix. that's never happened before. Yes, it's the inaugural Las Vegas Grand Prix. Well, technically not. There was one in the car park. But there was, of the new generation.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's really great and everything, but you're pricing out a lot of people that might, like true F1 fans that may want to go and visit Vegas on a once-in-a-lifetime experience, have to pay thousands upon thousands of pounds just to be able to go and experience it. Why would they? Go to Hungary. You get in for a couple of £100 and it's one of the best experiences you'll have. Let's take a look at the track then. Oh, I feel like Crofty there. Let's take a look at the track. It's a 6.201 kilometre circuit, anti-clockwise, 17 corners, and a 1.9 kilometre straight. What do we think? What's your first thoughts, Tommy, on the track?
My first thoughts are that it's very unique, and I've seen a lot of people complain about it, right? And my first thoughts were actually that it kind of felt very similar reaction to something like Baku, right? When that got announced, everyone was like, what a joke. What is this track? It's just a massive straight and loads of 90-degree corners. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then there were 2 banging Grand Prix, and suddenly it's everyone's favourite race in the whole wide world.
And then there are 5 terrible ones, and they're like, oh, no.
But for some reason, people still forget about the terrible ones, and they're like, yeah, Baku's crazy, isn't it? It's absolutely mad. And we F1 fans are a fickle bunch, let's be honest, because if this produces absolute crazy chaos, exciting best race of the year, we'll be loving it. We won't care, like, for all the millions and billions of dollars spent. We won't even care that it's down the strip. We'll just want an exciting, crazy race. And if it delivers that, we could end up getting to the point where we're like, oh yes, it's Vegas next. That's always absolutely bonkers. That's how I kind of was my first thoughts, that everyone's roasting it. But it was exactly the same reaction to Baku.
When I look at the track map, this isn't just because we're going, because we could be going and be thinking, well, this track could be terrible. I think this track could breed carnage. I genuinely do. There are 2 massive straights leading into very heavy braking zones, and you also got a small little straight after turn 4 as well. On paper, it looks all right. I think it's a bit awkward in some areas. 6, 7, 8, 9 feels like quite an awkward little segment of the track, but of course, they are literally trying to race around Las Vegas, so it's not like they've chosen these exact degree of corners. But I genuinely think there is something here. There some bits feel a little bit like Miami in some ways when I was driving the track as well. But yeah, I on first thoughts and first look, I think it could be all right, but it really depends on the other factors, but we'll get into that very shortly.
The form book, everything I've read, the form book is going out the window with how this race is going to be, because I
Tommy,
cannot see this.
You're getting me excited.
It's going to be chaos. I can't see how it's not going to be chaos with everything that's going on, the circuit layout, the weather, everything. So yeah, excited to see how it happens. And with the track layout you mentioned as well, maybe this is just the COVID calendar that we had, but it has made me, because we always roast new tracks. Formula One fans, you see a track map and you're like, oh, what's that? It looks like Spider Pig or whatever, and all this kind of stuff. But
it does.
It does. It's a pig on the ceiling. Yeah,
it's upside down. It's a pig upside down.
I am looking forward to a new track. It adds something new, like a bit of spice, and I think there is something to be said about us going to the same venues again and again and again. And when you do get a new track, it is something exciting. Whether it's going to be good or not, we'll see. But it's that unknown. It's that kind of, you get to watch practice and you don't know what the track looks like, and you're learning it in practice and things like that. I really enjoy that. So that is an element that I'm really looking forward to. Just something new.
So you're telling me you're going to enjoy FP1, Tommy?
I will. I'll be there no matter what.
Tuning in,
literally.
There with your head out the window. Love it. Right, let's get on to the big talking point then. This is something that we both believe is going to cause absolute carnage for this Las Vegas Grand Prix, and that is the weather. And of course, mixing with that, the time of day. Of course, it's a night race. It is, 10 p.m. start time. It is expected to be between 5 to 10 degrees, which is 41 to 50 Fahrenheit, when the race happens, and when the other sessions happen, and when the qualifying happens.
It's absolutely insane.
Nadia Bunny 88 comes in with a question: how much do we think the temperature is going to cause chaos? I am of the opinion, and that is why Tommy has said about the form book, that this is going to throw all things out the window. This isn't just purely. I'm not just. I should just say it's going to be terribly boring, shouldn't I? I should learn from my predictions here. But it should. This is Formula One cars aren't meant to run in 5 to 10 degree temperatures. The tyres aren't meant to run at 5 to 10 degree temperatures. We're going to see a completely different weekend where the drivers are going to be struggling with just getting tyre temperature in there. The tyres are going to react differently in terms of how they wear. When we look back to maybe the 2020 Eiffel GP, where that was through COVID and
it
the whole
snowed
calendar
during
that was going
FP1,
on,
wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was really, really cold. And the drivers back then were saying that the tyres will have a massive risk of graining because you're going to be pushing too hard too soon on the tyres when they're too cold. But obviously in qualifying, you need to go fast at some point. So I'm also, my brain's going mental here where I'm like, wait, well, could we see more than one lap before we then go for a hot lap? Could we maybe even see, do you remember a few years ago when the mediums were sometimes used as the fastest tyre because you can do a few laps and then go for a flying lap? The softs might not work in qualifying the way that they expect. So many unknowns that if it was a sprint, I genuinely think Logan Sargent podium.
I don't see how this race cannot be essentially like a Turkey 2020 times 10, because the weather, like you say, right, 5 to 10 degrees is going to be absolutely freezing. Formula One cars are not made to run in those conditions. Coldest ever Formula One race was 5 degrees, but that was in the late 70s in Canada. But like you say, we have seen it at the Eiffel GP in Turkey where it's been a bit colder. I can't think of a worse track layout either for a cold race. And I think that's what is more, because high-speed corners warm up the tyres. And this is always a problem in the hot races, that you're trying to cool your tyres down and you ease off into high-speed corners and things. There are no real high-speed corners to warm the tyres up. So if you think
10-11, that's probably
10, 11, maybe in 12. So they're going to have to essentially cook their tyres through 10, 11 and 12, because the long straight, they're going to be on 2 kilometres straight doing absolutely nothing. The tyres are going to be cooling down like crazy. And then they've got to go into a really heavy braking zone on a new track surface as well.
And let's not forget, not just the tyres, the brakes as well. The brakes are going to be freezing, which means you're going to spotting your braking point could be different lap after lap as you generate some heat into those brakes.
It could feel like almost like a wet race if it's not even raining, because they're just going to have no grip. Dare I say that, like, as long as it's all, a safe race and everything, they are the kind of races I love, because while we want to see Formula One cars go fast, the entertaining ones are always the ones where they struggle for some kind of grip, because it means there's mistakes and there's different lines through different corners and things like that. So this is going to be crazy.
Yeah, and I think that all of these things are just going to be so interesting to see how teams go about it. I think they're going to be, very much thanking the Lord for 3 practice sessions this weekend, so they can at least do their programs and figure out what the best way is to go. And also, I've heard that maybe Friday, Saturday, it could be raining, which,
Oh my God. If they have a washout in practice and they don't get relevant running, the race will be absolute chaos. Like, genuinely, like, will there even be enough finishers to score points?
I think we've done our bad thing, Tommy, and set
hyping
so many high expectations right now. But we're going with it. It's going to be a great weekend.
I think the unknown is genuinely exciting, though. I think that's what, a lot of stuff's wrapped up, and this is what the end of the season needs: something new and unknown. And I think that is, despite all the complaints. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it looks like the greatest track layout of all time, and it's not really chaotic build-up and all this kind of stuff. But it is exciting to have a new race that's unknown, crazy conditions. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting indeed.
But yes, we will be out in Vegas, as you know. We might well be doing a meetup. That's kind of TBC at the moment. So stay tuned to our social media if you want to come and say hello to us. We might be doing something with PokerStars, which would be really cool. But yeah, as I say, just keep an eye out for that, and we will see you soon. Bye!
Bye!
He was like rapping with the steering wheel like this.
Yes.
We need to see that. Normally, always in the morning. That's it.
Yeah.
That's when
Okay.
when I do my shampoo. Never conditioner. There's a very funny meme of Checo. Of Checo, right? Yeah. There's a few drivers that have asked for it. If you really want the sprint weekend to make it in. This question is from us actually, and it's: do you see the F1 memes about yourself and edits on TikTok a lot? Because I always find it quite funny that you see all these memes and edits people are making, and I think a lot of people don't realize that drivers might actually see them. Yes, I do. And everyone who says they don't, they're lying. Everyone likes seeing, doesn't matter if it's a funny meme or a stupid meme, or maybe a meme that is going against you, whatever. We all, somewhere or another it gets to us. You know, doesn't matter if it's social media or maybe a friend of us that has seen it and sends it to you, taking the pics about you. You know, it's like if it's a good meme, or let's say more of the famous memes, they end up getting to you. My favorite ones, I'm not gonna lie, are the ones where people laugh at me for being spaced out. People, I don't know why, there's a lot of memes about me, like in press conferences and places of me being spaced out that I never realize, and I find them funny.
So are you actually spaced out in the moment, or would you say you're just looking off into the distance and...
For me, in that moment, I just think, okay, I'm being serious and thinking about my stuff, which is pretty normal. But it's true that maybe the face I put when I think about my stuff is very, like if I'm not there, like very spaced out. When I look at it, it makes me laugh, and I don't realize how sometimes dumb I look.
Next question comes from Sailor May. Do you feel a lot of pressure from fans?
No, I don't think the fans add pressure. I mean, the amount of pressure that we have from ourselves, because we are so competitive, the teams, because obviously we want to perform for our team and for the 1,300 people that work in Ferrari, that's so much pressure that I only see the fan base and supporters as an added support. No, it is true that sometimes obviously fans suffer with you, no, a bad result, and you want to give them a good result. But I always see, or most of the times, I only see good comments after a bad race or great comments after a good race. No, I use them more as an encouragement, no, as a tool to motivate me, to encourage me. And I sometimes, even when you're a bit down, you've had a bad race, which I never really look at my comments, I go and see. Let's see what these fans are saying, and I see the positive comments of encouragement, and it lifts you up a bit. And that's why I use it more as a motivator, as a positive tool, more than actually pressure or feeling any kind of that.
What kind of emotions did it feel to see them again after perhaps a breakaway? And because of course you go to a life where you're on a boat or whatever, and you're chilling, and you're away from that to now back into it again.
You also see them in when you're in the boat, and when I'm in Mallorca, they're still fans. So
fair enough.
we don't really get to miss the fans because they're always there. They're wherever we go, they're there. It is true that probably a fan that comes to a race, it's a proper fan. It means they've spent quite a bit of money of their earnings or family money, whatever, in coming to a race and wanting to see you live. While probably people that we bump into restaurants, they want that cheeky selfie, you know, to maybe share with their friends, share with their family, like how cool I am that I've been in a restaurant with Carlos, instead of a proper fan that it's the fan that spends their monthly year earnings to come to a race. And with them you need to be more careful. You need to be more. I always try and be more. Give them more of my time, more of my smile, more of my thanks.
More of your hair flicks.
Yeah,
you know,
a couple of hair flicks to make sure they. I show them appreciation for coming to support us. The other day I met a young fan, and when he left, he said, "Carlos, when you win again, can you celebrate for me? Can you do a celebration that I can spot?" New Romantics asks, what's your favorite race of your career? Ooh, my favorite race of my career? I would say Brazil 2019, my first podium. I really did my best ever race. I started last and I came back to the field, but I came back like unmarried. And I remember in practice we were actually not that quick, but for some reason that day I woke up and I was really, really quick. And I made like really bold moves. I remember the move on Perez, Kvyat. I did a few midfield moves that maybe like
this question to every F1 driver, and you can take it as serious or funny as you like. What's one rule that you'd change in F1 and why?
Wow, this is a difficult one. I'm sure there's one, but I think once a year we should all go to Macau and race in F3 or
Macau. Wow,
you know,
that would be crazy.
20 F1 drivers go there.
How close do you genuinely think the whole grid would be if it was a Macau spec cars?
I think Macau is different. Macau could be more differences. No,
or a normal track.
Normal track. If we all go tomorrow to Barcelona, let's say, and we do a qualifying lap in normal dry conditions, 6 sets of new soft, like we always have, I don't think there's more than half a second between us.
Exactly what our concept.
Yeah.
Half a second, something like that.
And that's one given day. We go next weekend to Silverstone, and the guy that is half a second off in unqualified P20 in Barcelona might be P3 P4 because he's had a much better day and might be towards the top of the field, and another one might have a bad day and be half a second off, but not more than half a second, 6/10 maximum.
So I guess with that, and obviously sometimes the setup's not right and a mistake might happen. How do you kind of process, say you go into a gravel trap or whatever, you have a crash, and then you come back after a practice session. How do you bounce back from that personally? Because I know I'm sure there are many different ways of doing that.
Normally I try to think about the number of laps that I've done that I haven't put it on a gravel trap. So it's 1 out of how many laps have I done in Formula 1?
Yeah.
And you say the chances of me doing that again or doing a mistake like that are 1 in a million from now. If I've done it now and then you realize that it's a mistake that can happen. You're an F1, you're pushing the limits. It is a mistake. Analyze, understand, move on, because the chances of you doing it again are so small that it's not worth dwelling on it and killing yourself for it. It's very easy to massacre yourself, telling yourself that you are stupid, like your friend Charles. It's very easy, to tell you that I'm so stupid. But in the reality is that mistakes are going to happen, and we all do them. And you just need to analyze and recover from them.
That's fascinating to hear. We now move away from the racetrack. One thing F1 fans love is the cool down room. But how long does it take to cool down after a race?
I think the cool down room only exists because they need to put the podium ceremony together. For us, we could go straight to the podium, like no problem, but I think it only exists for that. And I think recently they've done more of a thing about the cool-down room, no? Before, no one used to talk about the cool-down room, and now everyone is...
Now the commentators are deliberately be quiet so you can hear what you're all saying instead.
Which now makes us be more careful on the cool-down room to what we say, no? Because it's like, now we know everyone's...
It's not a cool-down room, is it?
It's not a cool-down room anymore, you know? So, yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, normally you drink as much as possible, and you ask a couple of doubts that you had about someone else's strategy. What did they do at the start? Or you always have like a couple of doubts that you clear with whoever you're sharing the podium at the time.
There's an interesting thing where I think they've only ever done it once, where they filmed the driver briefing, and I think there was a little bit of backlash from the drivers saying, there's a very funny meme of Checo.
Of Checo, right? Yeah.
That's exactly
I really
right.
like that meme.
That is a classic. That whole driver briefing, do you think they were right to kind of not broadcast? Because does it get to the point sometimes, like you mentioned in the cool down room, where you want to say something but you know you can't because it's being filmed, it's going to go here, it's going to go there, it's going to go around TikTok or whatever?
I think once you put a camera in front of us, nothing's going to be as natural as it would be. So it's a fine line, no, between how much you want to say, but also how natural you want things to be. And even the same happens sometimes with Netflix. Once you have a camera on Netflix following you, how natural are you, or how explicit are you going to be explaining things? Because that camera is there, no?
Are they everywhere? Like, do you just turn around and you're like, oh God, there's a mic arm, over your shoulder?
Netflix follows us 2 or 3 weekends per year. full time, and then they're everywhere. They put the mic on, and you have a mic, and you don't even remember you have a mic like this one everywhere. But yeah, it's a fine line of how much you want to show, but also the thing that you show to be true and to be real. I don't know where's that limit. I think I'm pretty sure everyone would be playing a role also, like in this briefing I'm going to talk more or I'm going to do that. Everyone would become a bit of an actor, you know, and it wouldn't be natural anymore. Although that Checo face, I can tell is natural.
Do you ever get nervous during a Grand Prix weekend? And if so, when is it at its highest?
I always get nervous. Who doesn't, is the question. I think nerves are good. There's a perfect point of nerves, you know, that you always try to find when you're an athlete. When you are too nervous, too excited, or when you are too relaxed and you're not nervous enough. And I always try to bring myself to that perfect point of nerves that I know is getting me a bit excited, it's getting me fired up, it's getting me ready to race, but it's not getting me too nervous or too excited. And you're always, as an athlete, in your head, balancing that, trying to find that sweet spot, the sweet spot where you know you perform at your best. And that's why we also sometimes do focusing exercises, concentration, just to shift yourself from one to another, depending on where you are that weekend, because we are all not perfect. There's 23 weekends, especially when you do a lot of races in a row, maybe you get used to the pressure and you're not as nervous. While if it's the first race of the season, you are firing so much, or when it's Monaco, for example, Monaco qualifying, you're firing. City tracks where you know that you're taking more risk, the excitement is higher, no? And it's just, I don't know, it's just trying to shift yourself from that.
So you say like you try and get yourself in this good mindset where sometimes you're a bit too calm, sometimes you're a bit too excited. What is that process for you? Are you just talking to yourself going, Carlos, chill out, you're a bit too excited right now? Or like, what's
a bit more specific, a bit more. Yes, for sure there's those thoughts in your head, but then there's techniques. You know, when you're too excited, the breathing techniques really help to calm you down. And when you are a bit too calm, a good warm up, getting your heart rate up, cold bath, something to really like put you up, it also helps. So I would say if you're too excited, breathing techniques. If you're a bit too calm, make sure you warm up a bit harder. You maybe, if you have to raise your heart rate in your warm up a bit, make sure that you properly spike it more. You get to 180, 190, where I feel like I'm like, how do you say, like out of breath, and that's suddenly switches me on.
Okay, so it's like a physical sort of exercise manages to get you. Okay, cool.
Gavin Curly90 has asked, what do you think of Conor Moore's impression of you? We've actually had him on our podcast, and obviously his Carlos Sainz is definitely probably his best impression. Everyone told me this, and when I saw the impressions...
My name is Carlos Sainz, I'm a driver with Ferrari.
I saw it, and I was like, I'm not the best, I think. There's 2 or 3 other guys that he's doing it incredibly perfect. But everyone was telling me, no, but he's the best. And I was like, yeah, but these other 2 or 3 guys is incredible also. He does, honestly, an incredible job. I laugh a lot. At the beginning, I had mixed feelings because everyone said I was the best, and I didn't feel like I was the best. I thought that maybe George
is very good.
George was very good.
Christian Horner's very good as well.
Christian was very good. Yeah. Even Max with the Red Bull can was very good. Daniel's laugh, he replicates the laugh, incredible. But yeah, the more I see it, the more I see myself. Yeah. The more I keep seeing it,
he's getting better.
The more I see it, yeah.
Teammate Stroll goes over the line. It's only 17th, 4 races in a row. He's out in Q1.
And this was Lance Stroll at the end of Q1. He qualified 17th
his personal trainer there, just coming over to have a chat. And then Lance appears to shove his personal trainer out of the way, clearly not happy with the way things have gone out on the track. Let's hear from him now, speaking to the media.
Keep driving.
Got the launch off the line, goes around the outside, it's in his teammate. Lewis Hamilton turns into George Russell, and the Mercedes collide.
Cannot wait for the Team LH meltdown. I'm gonna enjoy watching rocket-powered Mohawk read this comments section. Stroll assault and the two Mercedes colliding. Rocket-powered Mohawk video for Qatar about to be elite. Can't wait for the Team LH meltdown on your next video, mate. Make it fast. Where's our video, Hitler?
I'm going to try and make it through this video without raising my voice, calling him a spastic, or resorting to over-the-top antics, okay? We're going to stay calm. And to do that, I have my squishy ball. Where's my squishy ball? Look at this. It's a little chicken, and it makes a noise. So anytime I feel like flying off the handle, instead, I'm going to... and stay calm. Last weekend at the Qatar Grand Prix, Lance Stroll had a mental breakdown. He was knocked out in Q1 for the 4th race in a row, and this time he was 1.2 seconds away from Fernando, which is disgusting. Disgusting! And even more disgusting is when he got back to the garage, he throws the steering wheel out of the car in anger, and then has a physical altercation with his personal trainer. And when everybody saw this footage, he got absolutely slated on social media by almost everybody. Almost everybody. Because some people actually tried to defend him. I'm by no means a Stroll fan, obvious lie, but the trainer, or whoever it is, was clearly asking for it. He kindly walked past and brushed him off, and the other guy kept after him. What did he expect to happen? Lance just gets out, the PT is all in his face, follows him in his personal space. Ooh, personal space! The PT is too close for comfort and should be able to read the garage, let the guy cool down, then talk to him. The rest of you are pitchfork waving haters. The double standards is crazy. Max Verstappen pushes Ocon, heat of the moment, it's adrenaline, you should see football. Lance Stroll does the same thing, despicable, unacceptable. They're talking about when Verstappen pushed Ocon in Brazil, as if it's remotely the same thing. When Lance Stroll pushes someone, it's bad manners and absolutely intolerable. But when Max Verstappen does it, it's passion and... Let me explain the difference, No. Let me explain the difference. At the 2018 Brazilian Grand Prix, Max Verstappen overtakes Lewis Hamilton for the lead of the race. He pulled a 3-second gap and was on course for the win. Until Esteban Ocon, who is French and was down in 14th place at the time, decided to try and unlap himself. He goes around the outside of turn 1, Verstappen slams the door shut and they crash into each other. Now, we could argue about whose fault this was. Technically, Esteban is allowed to unlap himself, but then do you pull a choice move on the leader when you're down in 14th? And yeah, Verstappen did slam the door, but he was ahead at the apex. It doesn't matter. The point is, Max Verstappen shoved Esteban Ocon for being at least partially responsible in a crash that cost him a race win. But when Lance Stroll got knocked out in Q1, there was nobody else to blame other than himself. And the fella that he shoved was his personal trainer, who was trying to get him to go to the weighbridge so he didn't get a penalty from the FIA. In other words, he was doing his job by being in his personal space. The double standard is crazy. It's not even close to being the same thing. It's not even close to being the same thing. Where did that go? Doesn't matter. The second difference is punishment. After Brazil, MaxiPad got something called a public service penalty. Verstappen was handed a 2-day public service penalty by the FIA after shoving Esteban Ocon in Parc Fermé. I think that means he had to spend 2 days picking up litter on the hard shoulder of the M25, because punishment. Another example is Ayrton Senna. At the 1993 Japanese Grand Prix, Eddie Irvine, who is Irish, unlapped himself against Ayrton Senna twice. First going into the final chicane, and then again going down the back straight towards 130R. And after the race, Senna was fuming. He reportedly twatted Eddie Irvine, and received a 2-race suspended ban from the FIA. So even if you are a world champion driver at the top of their game, if you behave like a pure dick, you get punished. But what if you're a spoilt Nepo baby who is completely incompetent and then also behaves like a pure dick? Nothing! And not only did he not get punished, but Aston Martin team principal Mike Arscrack also tried defending him. He said, and I quote, "My crack believes Formula One drivers deserve a bit more respect when they show emotions after Lance Stroll shoved his trainer." Oh, so it's our fault because we need to show him a bit more respect. The fucking nerve he has is absolutely wrong. Let me explain something, you little bastard. Let me explain something. We need to show more respect because Mike Crack. You are lucky I am on a no-fly list because I am this close to a Travis Bickle moment. Show some more respect. You don't know the meaning of the word respect. R-E-S-P-S-P-T. Find out what it means to me. Shit. I feel like nobody listens to me. Even though every single bit, oh, look at the vein in my forehead. I'm literally having an aneurysm right now. Everything's fucked, by the way. I flipped the table. And I apologise. But I just feel like nobody listens to me. Because every single video, I provide perfectly reasonable criticism. And not only does nobody listen to me, but Aston Martin blocked me on Twitter. They blocked me because they can't handle the truth. And the truth is, Aston Martin is a corrupt, spineless organisation who is harbouring a domestic terrorist. Okay, that is fucking useless. Fuck off.
And now it's time for the news.
It's fucked, innit? That is actually... What is that? That's a piece of wood. It's got screws in it. It doesn't matter. Sergio Perez and Logan Sargent, otherwise known as the Mexican Minister of Disgrace and the Freedom Tower. Both of them are rumoured to be sacked by the end of the season. Why? Because they're shit.
Nice.
The Freedom Tower has cost Williams $3.9 million in crash damage so far this season. And that's according to the World Destructors Championship. Unofficial championship, but still really important. And that's over $1 million more than the window licker. Then in third place is Sergio Perez with $2.5 million. And Sergio Perez recently, it's like he's trying to get fired. At the Japanese Grand Prix, he lined up 5th on the grid and was 7/10 behind Verstappen in qualifying. Then, when the race started, half the field decided to recreate Hiroshima, spreading debris all over the track and bringing out the safety car. Sergio came into the pits for a new front wing. However, on his way into the pit lane, he overtook Fernando Alonso before the safety car line, which was an infringement. And the FIA gave him a 5-second penalty. So, by the end of the first lap, he was down in 18th place with a penalty. But at least it can't get much worse. Wrong! It did get worse. He shagged it into the side of Kevin Magnussen, breaks another front wing, and by the time he came out of the pit lane for the second time, he was down in last place and 43 seconds behind the Freedom Tower. So Red Bull tell him to retire the car, and he couldn't even do that properly. Because after he got out of the car for the first time, the FIA gave him another 5-second penalty for the crash with Kevin Magnussen. So he gets back in the car, drives out of the pit lane, rejoins the race, serves the 5-second penalty, and then retires again, making it a double DNF in one race. But at least it can't get any worse. Wrong, it got worse, it got so much worse. Because last weekend at the Qatar Grand Prix, he retired from the sprint race after getting twatted into the gravel. The crash wasn't his fault, but the question is, why is he fighting a Haas and an Alpine in a Red Bull? And then in the big race on Sunday, he gets 2 5-second penalties for track limit violations, finishes 11th, and is now so far behind Verstappen in the championship, he might end up losing second place to Lewis Hamilton by the end of the season.
Wow, no. Right, you get him out of here. Go on, fuck off.
Lewis Hamilton slapped with huge fine for dangerously breaking F1 rules. Okay, what is this? What is this, the sun? Let me explain something. Lewis Hamilton crossed the track at the Qatar Grand Prix, and the FIA gave him a fine of €50,000. That sounds like a lot of money, but Lewis Hamilton makes $35 million per year. That's about 33 million euros. So to put that in context, a 50,000 euro fine is 0.15% of his annual salary.
Mathematics.
That means for an ordinary Commonwealth pig who makes $50,000 a year, the fine would be $75. It's nothing. However, the FIA is revisiting the incident where Lewis Hamilton crossed the track at the Qatar Grand Prix. The decision to reopen the case is an almost unprecedented move, which is already raising questions as to why Hamilton has been singled out by Formula One's governing body, who cited his position as a role model. Yes, because people look up to Formula One drivers, and walking across the track is really dangerous and should be punished. Verstappen did exactly the same thing 2 years ago in Monza and didn't get punished or a fine or anything. Now, I'm not saying that I agree with Team LH and the FIA is a white supremacist organisation, but the evidence is stacking up. And while we're on the subject of the Team LH lunatics, let's get to the latest nervous breakdown.
Fucking little God!
Oh, the humanity. I'm gonna have to stop for a minute.
So things have been getting a bit spicy in the regime over the past few races. At the Singapore Grand Prix, Mercedes had a genuine chance of a 1-2 finish, but then Osama couldn't get past Lando, held up Lewis, who probably did have the pace to win, and then hamassed it into the barriers on the final lap. Is it too soon to be using hamassed as a verb? Yeah, probably. At the next race in Japan, the two of them had a robust exchange. Osama bin Russell hamassed it down the inside going into the final chicane, takes the place off Lewis, but then Hamilton came back at him going down the straight, gives Russell a little nudge as he sweeps into the first corner. Then Hamilton goes wide coming out of turn 9. That puts Russell right up his twat as they head towards turn 13. They go side by side before Hamilton forces both of them off the track. Fun! And it was fun, and all fair and square, and nobody got twatted. But then, at the last race in Qatar, they lined up second and third on the grid behind Max Verstappen. Both of them made a blinding start and had a run on Verstappen, but as they barreled into the first corner, Hamilton misjudges the gap, hits Russell, and they both go spinning into oblivion. Russell managed to continue and ended up finishing 4th, but Hamilton never made it out of the gravel and retired. After the race, Hamilton tweeted this: "I've watched the replay and it was 100% my fault. And I take full responsibility, apologies to my team and to George." And that's the sort of grace and decorum you expect from a 7.5-time world champion. But guess what his fan base did? I want to kill George Russell. I'm absolutely fucking fuming. Kill yourself, George Russell, please. I hope Russell dies. Genuinely hate the bloody hell. Russell can go kill himself, Jesus Christ. Fire George Russell immediately. I freaking hate George Russell. Get lost, you selfish bastard. And it went on and on and on, and there was more. And some people tweeted multiple times because they really need help. And then one of them said this was Lewis's fault, and Silverstone 21 was Lewis's fault, and Monza 21 was Lewis's fault, and every racing incident in the history of Formula. They're being sarcastic, and they brought up the cops crash, and I knew they were going to bring up cops because I know it looks the same, but it's not the same. But if it was the same, it would fit their agenda perfectly. Let me explain the difference. No. Let me explain the difference with a technical analysis. This is the cops crash, and this was the moment where Lewis Hamilton hit Max Verstappen. And as you can see on the outside, there is plenty of space, okay? Fair enough, but then critically, look at this. On the inside, more space. So Verstappen gave Hamilton enough room not to crash, but he still understeered into him, probably because he was 32 points behind in the championship at the time. And this is the Qatar crash. We've got Verstappen, Osama, and Hamilton, and once again, look at all this space on the outside. Plenty of space. So much space we can roll around in the space. But then, look at this. On the inside, no space. There is nowhere for Russell or Verstappen to go. That's why Hamilton accepted 100% of the responsibility, and you would have seen that if you weren't too busy threatening to kill Osama bin Russell. It's not even close to the same thing! Do you know what? Watching the Qatar Grand Prix, like, between watching Lance Stroll behave like a pure dick and get away with it and get protected by Aston Martin, and then the Team LH breakdown even after Lewis Hamilton admitted responsibility, I was on the verge of having an actual aneurysm. But the thing that sent me over the edge was the F1 TV director. For example, on lap 15 of the sprint race, Verstappen was right behind George Russell, and we knew he was about to overtake him, but we weren't looking at that, because instead we were watching some pointless track shot, and then they cut to a pointless replay of Charles Leclerc, and when they cut back to the live action, they were side by side going into the first corner. And then in the race on Sunday, we were watching a Williams in the pit lane before they cut straight to Lando Norris overtaking Charles Leclerc, but only after we missed the entire thing.
He's now ahead of Lance Stroll, but if they were sensible about it, and I'm sure they were at Aston Martin, oh dear, that's tight. Lando Norris has got Charles Leclerc.
On lap 21, and yes, I do write these down, we were looking at the side of an Aston Martin before they cut straight to George Russell off the track, mid-battle with an Alpine. What happened? We'll never know. And then on lap 13, Charles Leclerc and Fernando Alonso were fighting each other, but we barely saw that in the background because the F1 TV director wanted us to look at a McLaren doing nothing.
Very, very close. Yeah, Leclerc's ahead of Alonso. Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, there they are in the back. So we're watching Oscar Piastri here, but if we could just see, it would be really nice to see Alonso and Leclerc. He's got ahead of him. Okay, hopefully we'll get a replay anyway.
Hopefully we'll get a replay. Hopefully we'll get a replay. Hopefully we'll get a... Show it to us live! Show it to us live, you fucking knobhead! Shit! Get out of your hands, Greg. We're gonna stay calm.
Nice. Okay. Okay. Let's end this for today.